Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we are going to be reading true, creepy encounter horror stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I could just be paranoid, as I've listened to my fair share of crime podcasts, but the more I think of it, the more odd it gets. Last night after work, I was walking my dog. It was around 11:30 p.m. I noticed a white SUV with all of its lights off, but the trunk wide open. I thought this was strange, so I made sure to walk as far away from it as I could. I turned a corner, and my dog stopped and started barking like crazy. He was aggressive and wouldn't move. I couldn't see anything, so we stood there for a second while I tried to figure out what he was barking at. I've never heard him bark this way, and he is very hyper and doesn't stay in one spot like that often. Finally, I see a figure dressed in all black standing under a tree. My eyes could barely make him out. He was standing behind the tree, almost trying to hide, it seemed like. I crossed to the other side of the street, and luckily, I saw some neighbors outside, and I had mace on me. My dog barked the entire time that we could see this man. He did not like him. Then, walked as fast back to my apartment as possible. It could all be coincidence, but who knows? My dog got extra rewards last night. Also, I forgot to add that my dog has a retractable leash that's pretty long, so I wonder if there was a point that I looked like I was walking alone. My dog likes to go as far out as he possibly can on the leash to play in the bushes. This encounter happened very recently, and I honestly don't know if I'm overthinking things or not, so I'm turning to you. So my boyfriend and I went to Dave & Buster's for a date night the other day, and everything was going well, until I passed by this woman, closely standing next to a couple. At first, I thought that she was with them, because she was following them around. She looked like she was in her mid to late 20s. I saw her staring at me from afar, which was weird, but I shrugged it off since I'm Southeast Asian hanging out in a majority white and Hispanic populated area. Then my boyfriend and I walked past her, and I felt her tap my arm. So I did what any normal person would do when someone taps their arm. I looked. When I turned my head to look at her, she didn't say anything and continued to stare with a blank look in her eyes. I paid it no mind. I have a pretty heavily tattooed arm, so I thought, maybe she doesn't know social cues and just wanted to touch my tattoo. That has to be it, right? A few minutes later, we're still looking for another arcade game to play, and once again, I see that same woman, but this time she's not with the couple, and she's staring again. My boyfriend and I found a game to play, and as I focused on watching him do his turn, I felt a few quick taps on my arm once again. It was the same lady. This time, I decided to not look, despite how uneasy I felt, but I did see her pass by. My boyfriend finished his turn on the game, and we started looking for another. As we walked around, I started analyzing the strange woman. She didn't have an arcade card and was walking around pretending to press buttons on machines ever so often. She did not go there with anyone. The couple that she was by earlier was nowhere to be seen. The look in her eyes kind of reminded me of the people on some type of heavy drug in the downtown part of where I live. And finally, she had a creepy stoic look on her face. As we headed to the ticket prize area, I was talking to my boyfriend about something and felt her tapping my arm again. This time I was fed up. I quietly told my boyfriend, who, mind you, is a pretty big and buff guy with 2 tattoo arm sleeves. He looks like he's part of the Yakuza, to be honest. My boyfriend asked me to point her out, so I looked around to find her, and I saw her staring again. I pointed right at her, and my boyfriend was about to walk towards her, and she hid behind the arcade machine. We left after that because I felt pretty uncomfortable, especially since I'm already not about strangers touching me with no consent. Now that I've had time to process everything, I realize how creepy and strange that encounter was. I keep getting reminded of the blank look in her eyes, and I haven't been able to sleep properly because of it. So I parked in the car park, further away than the other cars this time. There was a man in a working vest, a high visibility vest, with a rubbish pickup stick. I went shopping with my kids. Then, as I was walking to my car, I had this strange feeling, like I shouldn't have parked here because there aren't any people around. I get to my car, and I notice that the man is still in the car park, and I just thought maybe he's volunteering or something. He was a fair while away from me, definitely not close by. I put my kids in the car, put my stuff in the trunk, strap my son in the car, and then go to my daughter's side and buckle her in. I usually look around as I'm doing these things to make sure that no one sneaks up on me, but I didn't with my daughter because her seatbelt is harder to strap, so I was concentrating on that. I heard a car drive past, and then people walking past talking, and that's when I stopped midway through buckling my daughter in to look around, and that man was in front of my car, about 2 to 3 meters away, walking over and staring at me. I looked at him, and then he put the rubbish that he had in his rubbish pickup stick thing over a waist-high wall, and he also didn't have a bag with him to collect the rubbish. And then he's turned around and walked away. I'm wondering if those people didn't walk past. Could I have been a victim? Or am I reaching? In 2016, I was 26 years old. I worked a seasonal job in a warehouse, about a 30-minute drive from my flat. One day after work, I ordered Thai takeout from a place about 10 blocks from home. There was a gas station next door, so I filled up and left my car at the pump to say hi to some friends who lived across the street, while I waited for my food to be ready. Maybe 15 minutes of chatting, walking back across the street, grabbing my food, across the lot to the gas station, into my car, and a 2-minute drive to my flat. At the time, I lived in a duplex flat with a gutted adjacent flat attached. Behind me was an old vacant motel that was currently being gutted and repurposed into studio apartments. The nearest building to the left was an old clamper bar leading to the main street and the highway, and to the right was an empty lot where a building that was demolished nearly a decade earlier once stood. The rest of the neighborhood was lower income Hispanic. I pulled into my drive, noticed a car driving relatively slow past. I went inside and leashed my dog up to let her out. As I was standing in the yard, waiting for the dog to do her business, a maroon Subaru Forester, newer at the time, drove by slowly multiple times before pulling up into my drive. I assumed that he was lost or looking for something, and I walked up to him as he got out of the car and approached me. He looked like any older white man in his 50s. I remember he kind of reminded me of my dad. I asked him if he needed anything, and he replied, "No, I was just checking on you." I asked him if I knew him, figuring maybe I didn't recognize him. He replied, "I saw you up by the gas station. You seemed like you needed help. I'm just seeing if you needed anything." I'm usually pretty slow to the cut, but at this point I'd pieced together that this man had followed me from the gas station, to a friend's house, to a restaurant, and then home. It immediately didn't set right. He was just standing there. He wasn't leaving, and I had time to process the situation. I thought, Maybe he's an older guy. I'm a younger girl. He's on this side of town in a nice car for whatever reason. Maybe he thinks that I'm a trick. I said again, I'm sorry. I'm not picking up what you're putting down. Why are you here? Nothing. I'm just a nice guy checking to see if you're all right. I specifically remember him calling himself a nice guy. During the period of this conversation, I had made it to my stoop, and he had closed the gap. Behind the door, then me, the dog, then him in his car. I told him, "You should leave." To which he asked, "Do you wish you had a nicer place?" And if my dog, a medium-sized German Shepherd, was friendly and reached out towards her for a pet, I yanked her behind me and said no, and pretty aggressively told him, "Dude, leave." He finally started backing away. I stood in the driveway until he got in his car and drove off. I took down his license plate and car description. Then I went inside. Less than 15 minutes later, he pulled back into my drive, sat there for a second and drove off. That's when I decided to file a police report. It didn't sit right. I just figured it was nothing, but I lived alone, and if anything happened, I'd want a record. It was 6 or 7 p.m. at this point, so the non-emergency line was closed. I filled out a report online and never heard back from the police. Never saw that man or his maroon Forester again. He might have just been a weird old man. I never saw any reports of anyone going missing from Nevada in 2016 either. I know it's a stretch, and probably has nothing to do with anything, but I only just thought of this again in the last few months. They caught that guy in New York, and I wondered if he was in Nevada before it ever came out. Same age, same build, but how do you remember a face from 7 years ago? I just remember the man at my place having more salt and pepper hair. He treated me like he thought I was soliciting, and he wanted to help. He did not respect my boundaries. It was probably nothing, and not the same man. Scary one-off situations just have a way of sticking with you. Maybe trying to connect this is my way of making it make sense. Once, while I was at Walmart, I passed by a younger 20-something-year-old guy, headed to the auto care section to grab something. As I'm scanning the aisle to look for what I needed and consider the options, the guy walked into the aisle right next to me. Conscious of how close we were, I stepped to the side to allow him more room while I considered which option to get. The guy started talking to me and asked which car organizer I would get. I looked at the options for car organizers. Not what I was looking at, but I figured I would help. And started making suggestions based on what he was looking for. I don't work at Walmart, which was very obvious. He then asked me my name, and made me slightly uncomfortable because I did not know the dude. Something you should know about me is that I was raised to be polite, but I was polite to a fault. And I, uncomfortably without thinking, gave up my first name. He then asked me how old I was, to which I replied my age, under 20 at the time, and I looked younger. He asked where I lived, and I felt very uncomfortable by this time, but again, polite to a fault. I said that I lived nearby, and he asked where, so I quickly replied in town, trying to be careful not to say where. He then asked me where I worked, and at this point I'm extremely uncomfortable and aware of all the information he now knew about me. I did not want to tell him where I worked, but he would know if I lied because I was clearly wearing a company shirt. I replied with the general type of work it was, and he asked where that was at, so I replied with an approximate time to get there, but overshot it on purpose and did not mention the town name, as there were several branches of the company. This entire conversation happened within the matter of 20 to 30 seconds, barely enough time for me to process it. He then attempted to make more conversation, and I either answered with very short replies or just slight chuckles to give off the idea that I did not want to talk. He finally just said thanks and walked away. I started texting my boyfriend like crazy because I was freaking out and I didn't know what to do. I'm a pretty small person, so it might seem as if I'm an easy target. So I was standing in that aisle for the next few minutes talking over text. Suddenly, the guy who seemed very interested in whatever car organizer to get came back and quickly put the car organizer down, smiled at me and left. He didn't even buy the organizer. It wasn't like oh, I shouldn't spend money on this, so I should put this back. It was almost like he had just used it as a prop and stopped needing it. Needless to say, I was very careful throughout the rest of the store and had a worker walk me back to my car. I was a 20-year-old college student, and my friend and I were living and working near her college for the summer. A guy she worked with invited us to a party at his place. The two of us went, along with 3 other friends. We turned out to be the only females at the party. There were at least twice as many guys there. After drinking and playing a few drinking games, people started to leave. A large group of guys was invited to another party and left to go there. Then, our 3 other friends decided to go too. It was down to the host, my roommate, and 2 other guys. For some reason, maybe we ran out of alcohol, we decided to go to this other party. I had a few drinks, but not enough that I was seriously impaired. My roommate, though, was pretty tipsy. She was walking with her friend from work, and the other 2 guys who had been talking to me at the party were walking close to me and talking to me. At one point, my friend and her coworker were walking far enough from us to be out of earshot. The 2 guys told me that they knew of a shortcut and tried to get me to follow them down a dark alley. I told them that I wanted to stick with the group. They tried to persist for a few minutes, but I was adamant that I not be separated from my roommate. Somehow, mysteriously, we never found the party. The details are a bit fuzzy, but I think they couldn't find the exact location. This was the mid-1990s, so no one had a cell phone to call or text to confirm a location. My roommate told her coworker that she wanted to walk around to find another party because she wasn't ready to go home yet. There were lots of people out, and often you would run into someone who would invite you somewhere. I told her that I just wanted to go home. I was desperate to get away from these guys. My roommate was feeling good and not having it. The 2 other guys started to whisper to one another, but I was able to hear some of what they were saying. One said, "No, didn't you hear what she said? They live with 4 guys." This was true. We had 4 male roommates, which at some point had come up in conversation earlier. This immediately set off more alarm bells. I continued to argue with my friend, and eventually she realized that we weren't going to find another party. The 2 creepy guys left, and her coworker walked us home. On the way home, I told them that I wanted to leave because those guys were scaring me and why. If this were to happen now, I would call those guys out in front of everyone and make a scene. I personally thank God that I haven't seen anything too serious or life-threatening. My worst encounter would be when I was 11 and early into secondary school. I'm from the UK. Me and my brother would have to get the local bus into school rather than a school bus. As we did, we'd wait for our bus every morning around 7:45 a.m. At this point, it wasn't busy at all where we lived, so we hardly saw anyone. But a few times, this lady stopped at the bus stop and asked us if we wanted a lift. Obviously, we were taught from a very young age never to accept lifts from strangers, so naturally we refused. But there was something off about her. She looked to be in her early to mid-40s. Hair was always scraggly and greasy. Her tone wasn't inviting at all. She looked like she hadn't slept in days, and just the way that she would stare as she asked. Because she had done this a few times, we knew what car she drove, and sometimes she would drive past us in the morning, just staring at us while we were waiting. No smile as we made eye contact. just a blank stare right at us. It was at one point that I remembered a time when I was playing with my friends outside near our local playing field, and some lady asked us randomly if we wanted a lift home, but we weren't going home, so we all refused. She then drove off without another word. I remembered she looked eerily similar to the lady at the bus stop. To this day, we are certain that nothing good would have come from us accepting that lift from her. I'm 23 now, and I still remember these encounters, clear as day. This will be a short one. My husband and I were on our way home from a road trip, and we were somewhere in Virginia. I don't remember why we decided to get off the highway, but we did. It must have been 2 a.m. We were just off the highway, and the road splits into 4 directions. There was absolutely no light coming from anywhere. There were no cars. It was just complete darkness except for our own headlights. There were no buildings or houses for anywhere the eye could see, just trees. But then I see a pair of eyes gleaming towards us. He's cross-legged, setting up straight in the middle of the paved road. Obviously no cars come here. He makes direct eye contact with us and starts to get up. He starts walking towards us on the road. Maybe it's paranoia, but he looked severely pale and skinny. He was barefoot. I know it could have been drugs, but it was such a bizarre location. There was nothing in that area. I panicked and told my husband to turn around. He did a 3-point turn and he got right back on the highway. My husband, who isn't afraid of anybody, won't even talk about this night because of how not right it felt. And to this day, it still freaks him out. This happened around 7 years ago. My older brother and several of his friends went on a camping trip in rural Maine. When they drove up there, they decided to stay in a random motel nearby the skiing trails. He said it looked pretty rundown and sketchy, but being college kids at the time, they didn't care much and just wanted a cheap place to sleep for the night. After a nice day of skiing, they got some drinks at a local bar and headed back to the motel to get some rest. As they were all hanging out in their motel room, my brother opened up a desk drawer to store some of his things in, and what he found inside the drawer made his jaw drop in horror. There was a coiled Ethernet cord with dried blood stains all over it. As if this discovery wasn't terrifying enough, about an hour later, all the lights turned off all of a sudden. My brother walked outside and saw that there wasn't a single light on in the motel. He went to the front desk and the guy working there explained that the power had went out. It was nighttime at this point, so everything was completely pitch black. My brother spent the rest of the night awake. The power didn't turn back on until the next morning. My brother took a photo of the bloody Ethernet cord, but sadly, I just texted him asking if he still had the photo, and he cannot find it on his phone or iCloud. I really wish I could have shared the photo here, because it is truly shocking to see. From the looks of it, I can imagine someone was brutally stabbed and strangled in the room that he was staying in. I also think that it's pretty stupid that he didn't call the police or fill out a report about this. My bedroom is the hottest room in the entire house. In the winter, I have to almost fully cover the vent to block heat from coming in, and I have to sleep with the window open a tiny bit to keep it from getting too hot. I have medical issues that cause me to get violently ill if I get overheated. When it's fall, I generally keep the bedroom windows open. They have screens on them, and I have blinds and blackout curtains, so I sleep with them open. I have a window at the front of the house and a window on the side of the house in my bedroom. The other night, I was watching TV because I have horrible insomnia and just couldn't fall asleep. Sometime after midnight, I heard footsteps outside my window on the side of the house. There's leaves all over the ground already, so it was pretty loud. I paused my show and listened, honestly just figuring it was one of my roommate's dogs. I realized, unfortunately, that there was no way it was either of his dogs. The girl dog is much younger, maybe a year old, so she prances everywhere. It's pretty adorable and very distinctive since I hear her out there several times a day. His other dog is a large dog, but he's very old, very fat, and slow-moving. He generally can't even walk the distance from the back door to the other side of the house near my window. His walk is also very distinctive because he hardly lifts any of his paws. He's seriously super old. I also noticed that it was very clearly the footsteps of someone walking on 2 feet. Within seconds of me pausing the TV, the steps completely stopped. I listened for a while, but eventually turned the show back on. We do have a tree between us, my window and our neighbor. It's completely plausible that if someone was outside the window, they could have climbed into the tree and waited until they could get away without being heard. Eventually, I just fell back asleep. Just a little while ago, I had dozed off watching TV, only to be woken up by my cat frantically jumping on my head to look on the side window. He never looks out that window when I'm asleep because he can't find a way to the window without stepping on me and waking me up. His tail was puffed out, and the hairs on his back were slightly raised. I've rarely ever seen him do this. He has only acted like that one time towards an animal, and that was a cat we brought into the room and allowed to eat his food. He looks out the open windows all the time. He loves seeing other animals. This took me from scared to absolutely freaked out. I paused the show again. It was unmistakably human steps outside my window again. Only this time, they didn't stop when I paused the TV, and they definitely weren't trying to be quiet. I heard them take several quick steps, and the sound faded towards the front of the house. It was confirmed when my cat launched himself across the room to look out that window. I heard what sounded like a car door, and then nothing more. I called the police, and 2 of them searched the outside of the house with flashlights, and another car drove around shining their spotlight around the neighborhood. Here's hoping whoever this is doesn't keep coming back. I'm going to get some cameras as soon as I can to put outside my windows, so that I can find out who this is, and hopefully have them stop. This was just posted on my Nextdoor app. Attempted break-in. 2 nights ago, the Redacted Complex experienced an event where 5 teenagers, for a period of about 10 minutes, stood in our parking lot shouting and screaming, and pressing the security buzzers for each unit in the complex. Police were called and they left the premises before they arrived. We're not sure of their ages, but would guess around the ages of 13 or 16 years old. All were males except for 1 female. After this incident, no one really thought much of it. It was loud and disruptive, but not threatening. We thought it was just teenagers pranking us, and no harm or damage was caused. It didn't occur to anyone that they would return for a repeat performance. But that's exactly what happened last night. Between the hours of 9 and 10 p.m., the same group returned, and initially began with the same behavior from the previous night. They disturbed every unit by repeatedly pressing the security buzzers for each unit, and then began loudly shouting. This continued for a little while, and then for reasons no one can figure out, their behavior became more aggressive and threatening, and in one case, more bizarre. The shouting and screaming turned to profanity and threats. 2 of the males in the group attempted to force their way into the building and breach the front security door. Once that effort failed, they climbed up the first one, then another front-facing balconies, and tried to force the sliding glass doors open. Those balconies are approximately 6 feet off the ground. One of the units was occupied at the time, and the other was not. While this was going on, the female in the group removed her pants and underwear and stood shouting naked from the waist down. The others were shouting at her and encouraging her while she did this. Once the attempted break-ins failed, they then congregated in a group, continuing to shout and threaten, and then finally they left. They had been told the police had been called, and probably thought that they were running out of time before their arrival. At least 3 residents have cell phone video of some of this. The residents of this complex are, to say the least, very confused. We've never had any issues with any of the neighbors in any of the surrounding communities. Nothing has transpired recently that we can think of that would encourage a group of teens to seek us out for this behavior and target us. At no time did any resident threaten them, other than to calmly ask them to leave. and to tell them that we had called the police. Only one resident reacted angrily and aggressively, and that was when they were facing him and trying to break through his balcony door. This morning, we inspected the exterior of the complex, and our vehicles haven't seen any damage. There are 2 high-back dining room chairs on our side rear parking area. We think it's possible that they came from an unoccupied home that is near us. We have messaged the property owner to have them check the premises. I wanted to post this to alert other neighbors, especially those in the immediate vicinity to our group of buildings. If you are unfamiliar with who or where we are the 4 3-story brick buildings located at the intersection of redacted roads. If this had been a one-off incident, I wouldn't bother posting and would have assumed it was just a prank. In my mind, this crossed over into a dangerous and threatening activity when the perpetrators attempted a forced break-in. If they decided to do this to us, I have to think that the individual, single-family homes that surrounded us are equally vulnerable. Perhaps more so because we have security doors and systems in place, and the advantage of numbers with at least 60 to 80 residents. For all I know, we have seen the end of this, and I hope that is the case. But if we haven't, and you reside close to us, I strongly encourage you to double-check your door and window locks, and try to be a little more vigilant in the coming days. The college I went to was pretty isolated in the middle of nowhere. It took me over an hour to get home each day. There was a lot of small trails and forest areas on and around the campus to walk through though. Me and my 2 friends at the time used to frequently walk down this wooded trail until we got to a little stone bridge going over a canal. We would take the steps and sit under the bridge, usually feeding the ducks. People who lived on the other side typically had boats and such to take down the canal, and I guess this guy was no exception. One day this man walked past us, seemingly just going under the bridge to continue down the canal. He took a few steps out and then turned around to look at us. He said his name was Indy and started asking us about college and how often we came here. My friend, who was extremely tall and decently threatening if he wants to be, got a little defensive and he asked for our names. He said he had a boat on the river and pointed it out and asked if we could maybe just keep an eye on it whenever we were close by to make sure that nothing happened to it. My friend agreed and pretended to take the guy's phone number, and he left back the way that he came. This boat looked like it hadn't been used in at least a year. It was filthy and slightly broken. We left soon after this encounter as we felt creeped out. My friend told everyone to not go back there alone, just in case he was a predator or something. I didn't listen and went back there to read about a week later. It was peaceful and got me off campus. However, the guy came back. I saw him walking back towards the bridge in the same direction he came from last time. Something in my gut told me to get out of there, so I grabbed my things and basically ran back to college. Since then, we've never seen that old boat or Indy ever again. Part of me wonders what happened to him, but the other is glad that he never came back. For background, my parents, sister, and I live in an apartment complex for a final week, thank God, that's been in the news recently for numerous health and property violations, and the new owner is being sued by an unlawfully evicted disabled person for stealing his motorized wheelchair. Mice, roaches, ants, and black mold are just some of the issues we had to deal with on our own because they refused to. There's gangs, shootings, murders, break-ins, and vehicle damage. We pay $18.50 for a 2-bedroom with no washer or dryer. In the lease, it states a 24-hour notice before maintenance is allowed to try and enter your house. We've had multiple problems with maintenance, as have others. They often wait until the women, kids, and teens are alone in the house to knock. Today, I was trying to nap due to a severe double ear infection and strong antibiotics. Knocking and ringing of the doorbell woke me up. This was the conversation. "Hi, it's maintenance. We're cleaning the bathroom fans." Sorry, my parents, the leaseholders, aren't home. Are you 18 or older? You look like it. Yes? Then we can come in. No, you can't. I close and lock the door, but sit in the living room just in case, because maintenance has keys. My mom came home minutes after and I told her the situation. She said she never got an email or a letter, and she's not comfortable with them being in the house, so I did the right thing. She goes out to get something out of the truck, and thank God she locked up behind her, because they tried to open the door. My mom comes back. Of course you can clean the fan vent when we're moved out. Oh, the guy replies. Yesterday, I was driving home from work and was at a stoplight about 5 miles from my work. Coming across the street in front of the car next to me was a younger, maybe late 20s, mid 30s man with forehead tattoos wearing a tailored women's coat with a maroon sweater underneath it. The area has a fair share of homeless people. I didn't think anything of it until he started singling me specifically out, staring right at me as he walked towards my car, then giving me a thumbs up while hunching over and continuing to walk and stare at me. I smiled at him and looked away. He waved his arms, then stood straight up and stopped dead center of my car, staring in at me, wanting some sort of reaction. I didn't give it to him, so he flipped me off and then continued to stare at me while walking away. Honestly, I didn't think anything at all of this interaction. Just some odd dude probably on drugs or homeless or both. Today at work, I work at a funeral home, the doorbell rings, and when I open the door, it was him. Same outfit, soaking wet from rain, 5 miles away from where I saw him yesterday. I instantly got nervous. The conversation went like this. Him, I want and I deserve to come in and use your phones. Me, we're all on a conference call, so I can't help you. Him, oh, well, maybe I can come back later. Me, no, we won't be here. There's a lot of other places with phones across the street. Him, well, it's like pulling teeth, and I'm walking on compound fractures. No, he wasn't. Me, I can't help you. I'm sorry. I went to shut the door. Him, you listen to me. If I drop dead and I end up here, we will meet again. With the same intense stare that he gave me yesterday. I just replied, I look forward to it. He walked away and I told my boss about it, and he went around the building to see if he was anywhere nearby. He wasn't. So the rational side of me feels like this was just a big coincidence that I had 2 run-ins with the same crazy person. It really shook me up, and I'm really freaked out. So when I was younger, I was just doing boring schoolwork and stuff until we got an intruder alarm, which doesn't happen often, and we don't even practice it because it was such an uncommon thing to happen. The guy proceeded to walk around the school grounds, even as far as our gym room, and I happened to see him as I was seated near the window. He had a puffy black jacket and a baseball cap. It was all pretty terrifying, considering a thing like this has never happened before. Later that day, I overheard my teachers talking about him, and how when they searched him, they found a kitchen knife in his pocket. Thankfully, no one got hurt, but everyone was just freaked out. The college that I went to was very safe. The worst thing that happened was crazy drunk frat boys getting the police called for mischief. It was your typical campus, fitted with those blue boxes where you can call for an emergency. Now, when I walked around the campus, I'd often scroll through Reddit or Instagram. I know it was stupid, but don't judge me, I was just a college student. Anyway, this particular night, it was dark out, but only 7 p.m. There were lots of other students walking around and the campus was pretty well lit. Yet for some reason, I didn't go on my phone this time. I just had this feeling that something was off. I couldn't place it, but in the back of my head, I felt like something bad was going to happen. The walk continued normally, and by the time I got back to my dorm, I had begun to laugh at myself. Now these were apartment-style dorms that you entered from the outside via a pathway. As I was walking up the pathway, the feeling from before returned, and this time I was hit by a sudden feeling of intense fear, much stronger than before. I looked around the common area and noticed a light coming from my room. Something told me not to investigate, and instead, I muttered, "Seriously, I forgot it," and went back outside. I felt a bit paranoid for the next 5 minutes, crouching down behind the window like a crazy person. I began to think that I was just being weird when I heard footsteps. I slowly peeked into the window to see a man that I didn't know coming out from my room and pouring himself a glass of soda. He brought it back with him and disappeared again. I stayed there for what felt like forever, until about an hour passed and I heard footsteps again. He was headed for the front door, and I bolted to the stairway. I climbed to the floor above and waited for a few minutes before returning. Sure enough, he was gone, and when I entered my dorm, I no longer had a bad feeling. I checked the place thoroughly and found nothing out of the ordinary until I laid down to go to bed a few hours later and felt something weird under the covers. I jolted up and turned on the lights to find a few condoms wrapped in plastic. I'm not sure what would have happened, but I'm fairly certain that somebody was trying to assault me. I didn't recognize this man from class, but he definitely was about my age. I don't know how he knew me, but the thought that I could have been stalked without realizing it struck me hard. I never saw the man again, and I never got the same feeling on campus. Somehow, I subconsciously knew that something was wrong. I have no clue how, and maybe there's an explanation, but that bad feeling may have saved my life. To the stranger who picked me up at a park. I recently told my longtime partner of this encounter after realizing how lucky I was. Anyway, I remember being at a birthday party being held at a park, and I must have been 4 or 5 years old max, just because of how small I remember being. The tables at the park my family was at sort of sat on the top of the slope, and so, to get down to the playground, you had to walk away. My cousins and I did just that. I then remember a tall, bald, white man picking me up and carrying me away in his arms. I was confused, but didn't know what to do. I then remember my dad turning around from the top of the slope and seeing this happen. He ran down, yelled at the man, he let me go and ran away. Never spoke about it since. I am Puerto Rican, and I live in Brooklyn. But when I was young, I often spent summers in my grandmother's house in Yauco, Puerto Rico. She had a lot of land deep in the mountains, so deep that roads would go off into the wilderness through narrow mountain spaces, where cliffs were just a few inches off the tire driving in pitch black. If a car came back in the opposite direction, either they or you would have to drive in reverse, until you found a place to pass each other. It was scary. The property has been with my family for a long time, and my family has been in Yauco for as far back as anyone can recall. I used to spend a lot of time with my great-grandfather, Papito, who farmed the land and took care of some cows. He was very old. He was nearly 100% Taino indigenous Puerto Rican. From him, I would hear stories about the Indios who lived in the wilderness when he was young, who were not culturally assimilated into colonial society after hundreds of years of Spanish occupation. My family would often hide and harbor the culturally wild Puerto Ricans, because if Spanish locals found them, los matan, they would kill them. I had my first brush with mortality there at age 6. crushing the jellies bean-sized eggs of salamanders I found in the bush and watching the pink, underdeveloped hatchling run for cover on instinct. My grandmother told me that what I had done was wrong, and I instantly knew why. I was filled with cold shame and I cried. Papito told me about strange flying discs he would see coming to the mountains and submerging in the lake. He told me about the spirits in the valley, that you could hear them, and to be careful walking around the roads of the mountains at night on my way home from his house to my grandmother's. He taught me how to control a bull with its horns and how to ride it. He did a whistle that only he could do when he wanted to gain the attention of an animal on the mountain that made them either follow him or go where he directed them, or just settle them down. He told me about the legend of Diego Salcedo, which took place here in Yauco. When he was almost 100, Papito was dying, and all of our family came to see him. He was a link to an old time, and so many people in Yauco knew him. They all went to his house, uncles, aunts, cousins, people from nearby, all gathered at his house on the top of the hill. I was too young to be present for his passing. I sort of didn't understand what was going on at the time. I was sent down to my grandmother's house to wait for the proceedings to be over. The sun was going down. The mountains were like shadows rising around me. Walking alone, I started to hear animals all about, crying out. Wild dogs all over the mountain. Chickens making a ruckus. The pigs in the lower valley were screaming almost like humans. The cows were howling in a way that I can only describe as similar to Cat Stark from Game of Thrones. When Robb died, every single non-human being in the mountain within earshot was wailing in a fashion that I've never heard before, nor since. As a little kid, you can imagine how frightening that was, especially because I was alone. I hid in the house, looking out the window, waiting for my grandmother, listening to the animals cry. I was especially sensitive to sound back then, as it had been a time in my life where I was often sick and constantly on amoxicillin, which I was allergic to. It created this sort of overwhelming extrasensory sound experience. At some point, all the animals stopped making noise, and I was thankful. Before bed, I asked my grandmother what happened, why all of the animals were making that sound. She told me that Papito had just died, and that all the animals on the mountain had realized the powerful being that protected it for so long was gone. They had seen his spirit pass, and it was sensible that this change would affect them very deeply. My grandmother's perspective was that it was just that animals just know these things. I couldn't sleep. I went outside late at night, curious and scared out of my wits, thinking about the spirits that may be in the darkness of the mountain wilderness, thinking about that terrible, painful lamentation that was embodied by those animals crying like people. I went close to the edge of one of the nearby cliffs that hung over an endless darkness, and I squatted and listened. I heard a sound that scared me, a feral yell in the darkness. I don't know what dog it was, or if it was a dog at all, but it was certainly too close and I was by myself. It howled and yelped, and I regretted coming outside. I was sort of frozen there, afraid to move, but also afraid to stay. I wouldn't dare call out for my grandmother. I would be scolded for coming out and wandering around at night. She probably wouldn't hear me anyway. A moment later, I heard that whistle that Papito used to do, out in the darkness. The howling stopped. As a child, I didn't think, that couldn't be Papito. He's dead, like any adult in their right mind might. I thought, it's Papito. It had to be. No one else could do that. No one knew how to whistle that way in my family. And it was only us for miles around on the mountain. Where the sound came from, it would be impossible for any person to be. Not even during the daytime. It was deep inside the wilderness on every cliffside. But I knew he was there, as I am sure that at the age the line between life and death was blurred. Yauco was the area where Agubanya, the chief of the Taino, lived. It was also where the rebellion began against the Spanish,
With the drowning of the conquistador Diego Salcedo, many of the surviving Taino escaped into the mountains of Yauco and lived in secrecy there for a long time, hiding their lifestyle behind some of the more assimilated natives, like Papito. They say that the Taino are extinct. That cannot be. I knew some of them, and I am one, even if only a little bit.
This is a story that I've told to very few people because I knew that no one would believe me. When I was 6 years old, my mother worked as a cleaning lady for a dying old woman who was a bit scary. She had hired 2 cleaning women, so my mother worked with another woman who also had a son. I got along relatively well with this other child. However, he was sometimes quite strange. In fact, the old woman really didn't like children, and I remember her asking us to be good. Otherwise, she would call a monster, who was obviously a simple model in his balcony, but the other child seemed completely terrified, and I remember that I spent a lot of time picking on him and calling him a sissy. He told me weird stories, like the appearance of a monster at night. They were classic kid stories. It was then that one day, the dying old woman told our mothers that she no longer wanted us to come because we were rather turbulent. My mother was initially annoyed, but decided instead to call on the son of a friend of hers, who was unemployed to look after us. This is where the strange stories begin. This guy who watched us was called Karim. He was between 18 and 20, but I remember him as a guy who traumatized me. His goal was clearly to scare us. However, he didn't do it the classic way. In fact, he was doing terrifying things that even today I couldn't explain. First of all, he often told us about a dog, which he said was very naughty. I remember that the other children wanted to see it at all costs, so one day, after our mothers left, leaving us in the care of Karim, he asked us to go to the kitchen. I remember being very hesitant to follow him, but they called me a coward and I ended up following them anyways. That's when he opened the fridge. However, we were in a blind spot so as not to see inside. I heard a very strange noise, like something eating. Then he took out his bloody hands. Today, I think it's perfectly explainable. It was just a bad joke. I was just a gullible kid. So Karim was that kind of person. And when I told my mother all this, she just seemed to ignore it all. It was then that one evening, my mother invited the mother of the other child and Karim to my house. That night, I had planned with the other child not to sleep. So we decided to disturb our mothers and Karim. We made noise, we fired projectiles with toy guns, and that's where I saw him. A super tall man came from the corridor and looked at us in our room. We shouted, and then the man ran and disappeared. My mother heard us and had come to reassure us. We ended up sleeping in my mother's room that night. There was a closet in the hallway, and I don't know why, I had always linked this closet to that strange man. Anyway, even today I don't really know what happened. It was surely just a joke by Karim. But how is it possible? Karim was in the living room with our mothers, and above all, only me and the other child had seen this thing. I dare not especially tell this story in general. It seems too far-fetched and false. However, I know what I saw. It wasn't a dream or anything. It was real, since I had seen the same thing with the boy, and my mother had reassured me that night. I would like to have your opinion on this story. Tell me what you think, and help me to lend less importance to this thing that happened to me. Also, I don't think that it was a paranormal thing or anything like that, and that's why I'm posting it here. This man was probably real, but I absolutely don't know what he was. This happened last night around 7:30 p.m., so it was already dark outside. My friend and I, both 22-year-old females, were about 2/3 of the way through our 16-hour drive back home from Salem, Massachusetts. I really needed a pee, so we stopped at a rest area in eastern Pennsylvania. I usually avoid rest areas, but
It looked nice enough, and I didn't have any bad feelings about it. We walked in, and the only person inside was an older man, probably mid to late 60s, standing by the vending machines talking on his phone. We went past him across the room and into the bathroom. We were in there for a good 10 to 15 minutes because she wanted to pop a couple pimples. When we were finished, we walked back out laughing at something one of us had said. The man was still standing there, but he wasn't on his phone anymore. He stared and smiled at us, in what we both thought was a creepy way. The entire time it took us to get to the door to exit the rest area. We started running back to my car, which was about 6 parking spaces from the door, still laughing, but also a little freaked out. We were about to get in the car when I remembered my boyfriend wanted us to check my oil on the way home, since it was such a long drive and my car had been having some slight issues. I considered waiting until the next time we needed to stop for gas, but we just decided to get it over with. As I was checking the oil, the man from before, along with another slightly younger man that we hadn't seen, left the rest area. They both started walking towards us, with the younger one coming head-on from the sidewalk, and the older one kind of going diagonally towards the driver's side of the car. This was odd, because there were no other cars past mine. The only cars that I could see were on the other side of the lot closer to the building. My friend and I looked at each other and bolted for the car doors, but then I realized I was still holding the dipstick, so I cursed and we had to run back over and lift the hood back up. Then we hurried into the car and locked the doors just as they were approaching. We watched as the younger man walked slowly past the car, staring in at us with a blank face. He continued walking down the sidewalk for a while before pausing for a second and turning around to come back towards us. The older man, still just smiling, got within a few feet of the driver's side door, then turned and walked past us to the other side of the parking lot. I backed out, and once I straightened the car and started pulling forward to leave the rest area, we saw that he had moved to the middle of the road and was standing there with that same unnerving smile. But now, he was motioning for us to stop. I drove past him because no way. We watched in the mirrors as both men got into cars on the other side of the parking lot closer to the building. We spent the next couple of hours shaken up and blabbing about what could have happened. I'm not sure what their intentions were, but there can't really be any good reason to approach 2 women like that at a rest area. I tried telling myself maybe they were going to ask if I needed help with my car troubles, but I was very clearly just checking the oil, and it doesn't make sense why the younger man would walk the complete opposite direction from his car and go so far down the sidewalk. So really, I'm just not sure. This just happened to me this past Friday night. I'm a 30-year-old female, and I work at a bar on the weekends, about a mile from my house. In nice weather, I like to walk the commute. It's a quiet residential area. The halfway point between my house and work is a park with a basketball court and an adjacent baseball field. I usually don't walk both to and from work in the same day. I'll take an Uber at least one way. The times and days that I walk home vary as well. I left work around 12:30 a.m. About 2 blocks away, I heard someone walking behind me. At first, I thought it was one of the guys that I work with. We've crossed paths on the walk home before since we're somewhat neighbors. But no, it was a young guy, maybe my age at the most. He's on the other side of the street about a block behind me. He starts singing. At first, I think, okay, no big deal. Maybe he wants to make sure he doesn't sneak up on me. But the singing gets kind of eerie. It was starting to make the hair on the back of my neck raise up. I start to pay attention and try to hear clues of mental instability or any direct communication to me. I'm about a block from the sports field when he's getting closer, maybe 30 to 40 feet away. I realize the houses past the fields are kind of unkempt. I've never seen anyone outside, even during the day. So that means that I would have no one to help me out if I needed it. I decide it's getting too creepy, and I abruptly turn around to start walking the way that I came from. He keeps walking his same direction, but I don't look back more than once to confirm his direction. I wait on a corner for about 2 to 3 minutes, debating on if I should call an Uber, return to the bar, or keep walking. I've already texted a coworker who is still at the bar that I'm being followed, sketched out, and to be worried if I don't send him a text upon my arrival home. Like any good horror movie, I stubbornly decide to keep walking home along my original route. The Uber is 7 minutes away, $10 in all for a half-mile trip. Plus, I'd be a sitting duck waiting for it. I don't want to walk the half mile back to the bar when my house is the same distance. I'm ultimately and finally swayed by the fact that I'd had a rough shift and the walk always unwinds me. It was a dumb choice, clearly the wrong choice, but that's how I got to it. As I soldier on, I turn onto the street with the basketball court/baseball field. In the parking lot is a tiny compact car, the kind referred to as a clown car. It's pulling out of the lot, but a car is approaching, so it's waiting directly in my path. I slow down. My gut is saying don't get too close. Eventually it pulls out and turns in the direction that I'm headed, but it goes straight instead of turning where I'll be heading. I sigh the sigh of relief. I notice a sharp smell as I pass the parking lot, almost like dry leaves, earthy but unidentifiable. I chalk it up to my subconscious being on high alert. I turn onto the upcoming street, which is the final stretch of dark residential area before I reach the almost home, safer leg of the trip. I trip over the curb, chide myself for looking vulnerable for even a moment, then pause to regain my composure. There's a U-Haul truck parked about 100 feet in front of me on the opposite side of the street. I look up and see two figures coming out from behind the truck. They are identical, all black outfits, weird black pilgrim-esque hats, and what I originally thought were clown masks. My first thought is, oh, I'm screwed. I think of the weird clown thing that happened to me a few years ago. After a moment, I realize the masks are all white, so either Michael Myers or hockey masks. This is somehow a relief, because clowns would have had me so terrified that I'd freeze. Something about the way they're moving is extra eerie. Outfits aside, my body is screaming, "Get out of there." Without speaking to each other or me, they start walking diagonally across the street towards me. They never stop or turn to communicate with each other. I immediately do a 180 and start power walking. I am already holding my phone as a precaution from the first singing guy, so I FaceTime my roommate. She doesn't pick up. I call the cook that I thought the first guy was. He picks up the second I ring. I say, "Where are you? I need help. I'm being followed. I'm not okay," etc., in a panic. He's climbing in his car. He'll be there in 2 minutes. For some reason, we hang up. I'm now by the fields, and I realize they're again crossing a street to come in my direction. I call him back and tell him to stay on the line because I'm not okay. I had to be obvious to them that I was terrified. The abrupt change of direction, phone calls, looking over my shoulder. I'm on high alert, yet also still doubting myself somehow. The park is a great place to smoke. It's Halloween, etc. I turn into my street where the singer was following me and pause. The house on the corner of my park is my number one pick if I end up banging on a door for help. They're always outside working on their cars. The property is well maintained, and their windows are within 10 feet of the sidewalk. It gives off Good Samaritan vibes, a stark contrast to the surrounding houses that I've never seen anyone outside of. My friend pulls up to the corner within 2 minutes of my first call. A miracle. I run and hop in. Tears start to slow from the adrenaline release. We start driving back along my original path, and they're still there, standing in the basketball court's parking lot, masks still on, not moving, not lighting something, nothing, just seemingly waiting for me. They watch us drive away. I get home, locked my door, and did my best to calm down before going to bed. I obviously don't sleep very well that night. I call my dad the next day to share my story. He thought the first guy could have been a scout, and the sharp smell could have been ether. He insists that I talk to the police. I work again that night, but slightly traumatized, I get a ride in. I can't bear to walk that path, even in broad daylight. I stop at the police station after work and give them a play-by-play, but only of the two masked creeps. The first singing guy seems like a stretch to connect to them, as the cops are looking slightly skeptical anyways. The one asking me for details finally turns to the officer next to him and asks him to start his patrol at the park that night. They were polite but unfazed. They didn't take my name or anything. The last creepy bit was finally heading home that night. It was exactly the same time, 12:30. A friend was giving me a ride, and we decided to take the same route and see if anything seemed off. The same clown car was in the basketball court parking lot, parked but with lights on. My friend suggests pulling over, half kidding, but I insist that we keep driving. Anyway, thanks for reading. I've never been scared like that in my life, and I'll never walk home alone again.
I was watching the Jeffrey Epstein documentary on Netflix last night, and I'm spooked. Literally had a mini panic attack with all these memories flooding in. As I'm laying in bed watching, a girl's face flashes across the screen, and I recognized one of the victims as one of my really good childhood friends. I don't know if it belongs in this subreddit, but here's my story. I've lived in South Florida almost all my life, with my crazy, controlling parents that wouldn't let me do anything as a kid. No phone calls to friends, no extracurricular activities unless it was academic, couldn't have friends over, and you can forget about me going over to anyone's house. Plus, my dad worked at my school during my elementary years, so I had to be on my best behavior. So when I went to middle school, I was pumped. Finally, some type of freedom. My personality started to shine, and making friends came easy to me. Fast forward to a year in, and I had become really good friends with these two girls. Let's call them Heather and Cheyenne. They were both pretty, popular, and friendly. But what fascinated me the most was that Heather was the only girl in middle school that I knew that was able to sleep over at a boy's house. It was something so foreign to me, since my parents told me I couldn't even go on a date with a boy until after I graduated. High school or college, they didn't specify. So, I automatically thought she was the coolest chick I've ever met. Throughout our friendship, we were known as the tripod. We had all these same classes and lunch periods, so we all got pretty close. Over time, Heather would always ask me to hang out with her and Sharon, either after school or on the weekends. I did attempt multiple times to ask for permission, with no success each time. Not even a maybe. I was so bummed because I always felt left out, having Heather and Sharon hang out without me. Something I would eventually become grateful for. One day, while sitting out in my courtyard for lunch, Heather pulled me aside and asked what I thought about skipping school for a day. I instantly freaked and thought about the automated message the school calls home with to let your parents know that you weren't at school. If my parents ever got that, I would be toast. So I shut that idea down right away. Kinda laughed it off because there would be no way to pull it off. But she literally would not stop asking. So eventually, she convinced me, and we were ready to start the planning. It took us about a week every day during school lunch to figure out how to pull this off. The thrill of it had me so excited, as I've never done anything like this. The plan was to have my mom drop me off at school as usual, and have the girls there waiting for me, and we would simply just walk off to the gas station that's near the school, and have one of Heather's friends pick us up. Not sure how I planned on dodging the school call, but whatever. Oh, and I forgot to add, Heather made it a point several times to remind me that I need to wear something that would give me an innocent look. I blew this off because I was already only 13 years old. I looked innocent enough. Plan goes smoothly, and we're walking to the gas station. But as we're walking, Heather's cell phone is blowing up, like constant phone calls and texts coming through. Each one she answers, just meet us at the gas station like we usually do. At this point, I'm confused because I thought it was supposed to be the tripod hanging out for the day. As we get closer to the gas station, I see a group of like 7 other girls standing there, and they're all around my same age, like 12 to 14 years old. Some girls I've seen around school, others I don't recognize, but they all perk up when they see Heather walk up. All of a sudden, Heather yells, "Who's ready to make some money?" And almost all the girls raise their hand and start cheering.
I grabbed Sharon and asked her what she's talking about, and the look that Sharon gave me is one that I'll never forget. It was like she was saying, "Get out now while you can." It just made me very uncomfortable, and she never ended up saying anything. It was just weird. A big group of young girls who should be in school, just hanging out at the gas station. As we're standing there, 2 black Lincoln Town cars pull up and make a sudden stop right in front of us. Heather starts numbering the girls and tells the first group to get in the car. And as they do, the car speeds away. The other one slowly rolls down the window, and I see this older man with sunglasses on just sitting there smiling. He asks if we're ready to go to the mansion, which excites the 2 other girls standing behind me. He opens the door and they both jump in, followed by Sharon. Heather is standing next to me and nudges me to go on, but as she does, I just start going off on her. What are we doing? Who is this man? And why didn't she mention any of this in her plans? She's looking almost annoyed at me and says, "Out of all the girls I bring, you're the only one that's giving me a problem. I thought you would want to get out and finally have some fun. And with your body, you could make a killing." At the time, I was so naive. I didn't know exactly what she meant, but by the tone of her voice and how pressured she was making me feel, I ended up backing out and ran back to school. As embarrassed as I felt for bailing on my friends, I feared my mom and her belt a lot more. Plus, going off in a car with someone I've never met screamed stranger danger. I'm so grateful that my parents put that fear in me, or else I don't know if I would have made that smart decision. After all, I barely hung out with Heather again. She tried a few more times, but I just got bad vibes from her and cut her off. But I always saw her randomly walk out of school towards the gas station, always with a group of girls. Sharon, on the other hand, she started to spiral into depression slowly. She would only hang out with Heather and would cling on to her like a lost puppy. I noticed she would miss school more frequently, until one day, she just stopped coming altogether. And recently, after watching the documentary, I'm convinced she was one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, and Heather was one of his recruiters. Also, I should have mentioned that this happened in 2004 in West Palm Beach, Florida. I reached out to the only childhood friend I stayed in contact with, and she confirmed that that was in fact my friend who went to middle school in that documentary. Since this morning, I've contacted a friend who's in law enforcement to see if I could speak with someone about what I know. Even the little information I have could help out in some way. As for Sharon, I never met anyone in her family, nor did I have any contact information, because like I said, I was on major lockdown back then, and this was 16 years ago. I'm still trying to track them down to see if they know about any of this. It could help explain why she might have taken her own life. I am a 23-year-old guy. I live in a pretty safe neighborhood and usually lock my doors. Last night, apparently I forgot. It was not too long after I had taken my dogs out for the last time and was turning off the TV and lights when one of my dogs started growling. Not too weird since he sometimes does that when people walk by the house. He only does it to certain people, not everyone. I then heard the front door open and someone walk in. My dog then started barking. My other dog, who loves all people, came running from the other room to greet our guest. At the same time, I was reacting to what was happening and went, "Who are you?" Standing in the hall was a guy in his mid to late 20s. He was skinny and tall. Oh wait, I don't think I'm in the right place. He genuinely seemed confused. I replied with, "Please get out." He apologized and said he was coming to hang out with a friend, and just accidentally went to the wrong place. I asked him what house he was looking for, and he said the number that was just a few numbers off from mine. He apologized again and left. He seemed nice and non-threatening, but I was still kind of spooked. This morning I was ready to laugh the whole thing off. I was planning on telling my neighbor, a couple in their 30s, what happened. I don't know them all too well, but we have talked before. Luckily, I caught with one of them when I was taking my dogs out. I didn't want to come off like I was mad or scared over what happened, so I casually said, "I'm sure he told you about it, but your friend paid me a surprise visit last night." My neighbor gave me this confused look and said, "What are you talking about?" I replied, "Your friend. He walked into my house last night thinking it was your place." My neighbor was quiet for a second, and then said, "I don't want to alarm you, but I have no idea what you're talking about. We didn't have anyone over last night." In 2010, I was driving from New Orleans, Louisiana to Eugene, Oregon. It was just me, a 24-year-old female, and my 2-year-old pit bull in a 14-foot U-Haul truck with everything I owned crammed into the back. A fancy flip phone and my printout of MapQuest directions. I think the first smartphones actually came out around that time, but I didn't have one. Cell phone service was also much spottier, and there were long stretches through the desert where I had zero service for hundreds of miles. I was driving a lonely stretch of highway through central Texas when I realized I hadn't seen a town or exit for a very long time, and my giant U-Haul was really low on gas. Just when I'm starting to freak out and seriously run out of gas, I see a small town coming up. I pull into this town and it's tiny. I was so worried about other things that I never did pay attention to the name of the town, but there were only about 6 streets in the whole place. I go get gas and I'm ready to walk back and get back on the road. Except, I cannot for the life of me find my way back to the highway. I circle the town about 4 times and start getting so frustrated because this is such a tiny town. How can I not find my way out? I can literally see the highway, but I can't get to it. I return to the gas station to ask for directions. Now, when I got gas, I paid at the pump and never went in. When I enter for directions, there's a skinny, nondescript guy who has black hair hanging down in front of his eyes that looks like it could probably use a good wash. He's not particularly creepy, but a little rude. He never really met my eyes. He was looking down at a magazine. He gives me directions that don't sound right at all. He's telling me to take a road that'll get me to the highway in about 17 miles. For a moment, I'm dumbfounded. Then I point out that I didn't drive that far to get from the highway into town. So why so far to get back onto the highway? I can literally see it from the town. He's so casual, almost like I'm just an annoyance and can follow his direction or not. Why should he care? He gives me some explanation about the road curving around that doesn't really make sense. He still doesn't look at me. Just whatever. I gave you your directions and waved his hand in the direction of the door. When I got into the parking lot, my whole body started trembling violently, and my heart started racing, seemingly for no reason. I get into the truck, and as soon as I put the key into the ignition, I burst into tears. I had the most terrible feeling that no matter how nonchalant he acted, this man had bad intentions. I didn't know what, but I knew right then and there that there was no way I was going to follow his directions. Yet, this was the only store in this little town, and short of knocking on doors, there was no one else to ask for directions. I was going to drive around until I found my own way out. Then, a big red beater of a pickup truck, as much rust as metal, pulls up and disgorged the quintessential Texas man. Huge, husky, and in flannel and work boots. Without even thinking about it, I jumped out of the truck and approached him quickly, yet warily. Looking into his eyes, I saw a kind human being, or at least I was hoping I did. I asked him if he could please give me directions to the highway. I told him I knew it was silly, but I just couldn't seem to find my way back. He looked concerned as I was visibly upset, so he made me laugh and very cheerfully gave me directions for a hairpin curved turnoff right at the end of a small concrete tunnel I had passed several times. He said it often confused travelers because it was hard to see. They need to put up signs, etc. With a sinking feeling in my stomach, I asked him how far in miles it was to get back on the highway. He laughed and gave me a funny look. Miles, miss? I'd say it's a quarter mile at most. You can see the highway right from here. At this point, I couldn't help it. I had to know. What happens if I drive? And I gave him the directions the man in the store had given me. Texas looked at me very intently and asked me how I knew about that route. It was pretty far out and usually only locals knew about it, so I told him. He was quiet for a few minutes and then asked what the attendant looked like and if I had a map of the state. Nope, just my MapQuest, which wasn't very helpful in this situation. He goes to his truck and grabs a raggedy local map from his glove box. Spreading it out for me, he traces the route that I described. The way the man from the gas station had told me to go led away from the town, away from the interstate, and led to seemingly the middle of nowhere. Texas told me that road did go about 17 miles, right before it dead-ended in the desert. I asked him what it was like out there, and he told me that it was nothing but some junk cars and a few trailers and mobile homes, all owned by the same family. This family was known locally as troublemakers, meth heads, and alcoholics, and these were the nice things townspeople had to say about them. And the clerk was part of this family and lived down that road. I'll never forget the look in Texas's eyes as he told me this. He also told me that I was smart to listen to my instincts, and he told me to be careful traveling out there. I don't know if the man from the gas station wanted what was in the back of my U-Haul or what was in the driver's seat, but thankfully I didn't have to find out. Oh, and I learned that sometimes angels look like ruddy-haired Texans with scruffy faces and rusty pickups. Thank you, random Texas stranger, and I will always remember you with tons of love. Sorry I didn't ask your name. You're forever Texas to me now.
In February of 2012, I went to visit my grandfather's grave for his birthday. His death was a really hard thing for me to deal with, as he died in March of 2011, and it was still very fresh to me. I was kneeling in front of his grave with my head down, mourning and crying, when my body went into full danger close mode. I look up to see a man running full sprint from the woods surrounding the cemetery, and forced myself to get in my truck as quickly as possible without the man getting close to me. By the time I made it to my truck, he had gotten about 50 feet from me. I jumped in and locked the door, much to his apparent displeasure. He threw his hands up in a huff, like his favorite team had just lost a football game. I started the truck and started to drive out as fast as I could, but not before driving right past him. I didn't break eye contact for a second, and neither did he, so I got a really good look at his face. Cut to a few years later. I'm at work, bored, and decided to download an app that had a ton of paranormal, cryptid, serial killer, and UFO articles. As I was browsing through the serial killers, I came across one that made my heart drop. Israel Keyes, most known for murdering an underage girl in Alaska, dismembering her body, and dropping the pieces into a frozen lake. He would bury kill kits in places long before he ever committed the crimes. After the incident in Alaska, he traveled to Texas for a wedding in a city not too far from where I live, and had disappeared for a bit, and no one in his family knew where he was. He was arrested in that city and brought to the prison one city over from me before he was extradited back to Alaska to stand trial. About a year ago, I found a book about him that provided a lot of the details I've given here. He had been killing for years, and no one knows what the actual death toll is. He eventually killed himself in prison. At the end of the book about him, he described some of his favorite places to abduct people: public parks and cemeteries. I often wonder if there's a kit buried in those woods. You were fast, Israel, but I was faster, and I'm glad that we didn't officially meet.
My girlfriend and I were months away from being parents for the first time, and we were both working jobs. I worked in retail as a key holder. She was working as an assistant manager at a place in the local strip mall. After my shift one day, I took the deposit bag, wrapped it up in my work clothes, put all of that in a bag, and went to walk the 5 minutes or so to my girlfriend's work. Just before I got to the door of the mall, a man came up and asked me if I could help him start his car. He needs to get to work, but he can't do it himself. Now, growing up, my family had cars like that, and I said I'd help. We walked around the corner of the mall to where a car is sitting. That's the car I'm going to help start, I think to myself. The guy said to me, "So we just need to get in and I'll drive you to my car. I need help starting." Hairs on the back of my neck start to rise. I've ignored gut instincts before, but this is a sensation that very clearly is telling me, ignore these physiological warnings at your certain peril. I quickly explained to him I thought this was going to be a very quick thing, and I have somewhere I need to be, and I'm already late. I apologize and walk away from him into the mall, and watch him leave in the car before going to my girlfriend's workplace. I tell her we're going to scrap our plans for dinner and make it home ASAP, dropping the deposit bag on the way. As we're crossing the parking lots to head to the bank in a roundabout way, we see the same dude, who was in a hurry to get to work, slowly driving around a Target parking lot, just scoping people out. There is no doubt in my mind I would have certainly regretted getting into that car with the man that day. There's a good chance that I wouldn't have been able to type this story out today. So, my stupid brand new water heater broke down from all the calcium and things in the water. So, we had to rent a hotel room so we could all get a shower. My husband and teenage daughters had gone first. While they took their shower, I had already been looking for cameras after shows and articles depicting warnings to check had me freaked out. My husband laughed at me, so I thought we were safe. It wasn't until I actually was standing inside the shower that I saw the camera. You had to see it from a certain angle, wrapped around the light, that had a cover over the bottom of it, but an opening all the way around the edges in the middle. I looked up and there it was. I screamed, and my husband came running in. I told him what it was, and he checked, and sure enough, he took the bottom cover off, and the camera fell down, and was actually wired to the light, and set to sit, and point, looking down into the shower. My husband ripped it out and marched straight to the office, and from there, a fight ensued. The creepy guy got pissed my husband was destroying his room, and the owner called the cops. Well, my husband is a hothead when he's on a moral mission, and grabbed the guy up by the scruff of the collar. His mentality being, if I'm going to jail, I'm gonna make it worth it. But the guy's wife come out, and by then I was dressed and there for backup, and she wanted to know what was happening. So I told her what happened. She said, "Wait right here." She had grabbed a knife from her room and was chasing the owner guy around with it when the cops showed up. The cops asked us what happened first. When we told them, they took the owner in, and apparently found hundreds of videos in a private nook in his bedroom they're using to build a case on him. So, beware to check everywhere before ever undressing in a hotel room. About 5 years ago, I was living at home with my parents and my twin brother. Every morning at about 7 a.m., we would both head out for a run. We had mapped out this giant loop that we would run. To make it a bit of a competition, I would run it in one direction, and my twin brother would run it in the other direction. That way we could run and stay focused. Part of this loop was on the main street of the city my parents live in. On this main road, there were these shady apartments kind of hidden by a bunch of trees. The direction I was running, the view of these apartments was obscured by a giant hedge bush, and I couldn't see the apartments until I was right in front of them. Out of my peripheral vision,
I see a woman standing amongst the trees, staring at me. I immediately get the chills and do not turn to face her because I didn't want to be rude. So I run on and forget about this a few moments later. I pass my twin about 10 minutes later. He's going in the opposite direction as I. I get home and my twin isn't back yet. So I go about the rest of my morning routine, including taking a shower. I get out of the shower and my twin hasn't come back yet, and I'm starting to get a bit worried. An hour after I had gotten home, he's still not back and I call him. He tells me that he's on his way back, and he has something he needs to tell me and my parents. He finally gets home and tells us that as he's running in front of these apartments, he saw a woman hanging from the trees in front of this apartment. As soon as it's obvious he's seen her, a man comes sprinting from the apartments, wailing and screaming, "No, I can't believe she did this," and grabs her body and lays her on the ground and starts performing CPR. It's obvious that he's her husband. My brother calls the local police, and they dispatch an ambulance and police officers. My brother has to stay for questioning, and a witness report, and all that jazz. He's obviously troubled by it. Since he was going in the opposite way that I was running, he didn't have a hedge obscuring his view, and got a straight-on view of this woman hanging there. It's still hard for me to believe that the woman I saw staring at me out of my peripherals was dead the entire time. I do find it very sketchy that the husband came running out as soon as it was obvious that someone had discovered the body. That is a bit too convenient if you ask me. But I don't want to say this man killed his wife without any evidence. My brother has never followed up with the police, leading me to believe the death was ruled a suicide. I just still can't fathom that if I would have turned to face this woman, I would have discovered her about 20 minutes earlier than my twin had, and it deeply troubles me that I didn't. I am a 22-year-old female. My family and I were sitting in our living room, watching TV after dinner. All of a sudden, there's an unexpected knock at the front door. I go to open it and there are 3 young teens, sophomores in high school that I don't know. They tell me that a few guys are following them and they needed to look like they knew someone. I told them immediately to come inside to evade the people following them. The teens told me that it was 3 younger boys, probably about 8th grade, that had been following them as they walked about a mile from a gas station nearby to my neighborhood. I went outside to try and see if I saw the boys, and sure enough, they were just down the street. When I stepped outside, they yelled, "Lacey, is that you?" I didn't answer, but went inside and asked if any of the girls seeking refuge were named Lacey. None were. My dad then went outside to tell the boys to move along, and they got super mouthy and rude. Eventually, they went up the street out of sight. However, they came back down a few minutes later, so I opened my door and yelled for them to leave, but they argued with me and wouldn't go anywhere. My dad went back outside, and a neighbor heard the yelling and came to see what was happening. With the threat of 2 grown men, the boys finally left. Not without some lip, though. I then drove the 3 teens back to one of their houses so they could evade the boys and get back home safely. Something was really weird about the interactions with the young boys. I don't know what they were looking to do, or if they were just looking for trouble, but something did not sit right with me. Just glad the 3 teens felt that my house was a safe place to go. I was around 13 years old, and at the shopping center with my parents. I wanted to go off on my own and wander around by myself for a while, and my parents agreed. After a while, I was stopped by a woman in casual clothes. She told me that she was an undercover cop and I was suspected of shoplifting. Because I was young, I was terrified. I didn't ask for her ID or anything like that. I didn't know I could question authority. She asked to look through my bag and I let her, insisting I hadn't stolen anything. She asked me how old I was, who I was there with. Then she asked me something that still sends chills down to my spine. "Are your parents expecting you to go home with them tonight?" I told her of course they were. Why wouldn't they be? She then insisted I had to follow her to go and figure out this shoplifting thing. I went. She was leading me towards the exit. By the grace of God, before we got there, we bumped into my dad. He asked what was going on, and I told him. As I was explaining the situation, the woman got on her phone and was talking to someone, saying things like, "Oh, this isn't the right girl," then hangs up and says, "Sorry, wrong person," and abruptly walks off. My dad and I stood there dumbfounded. When my mom found out about the situation, she was really unimpressed by the way the undercover cop handled the situation. She took me to the center management the next day and complained to them about how I was treated by their undercover cop. When the woman answers, "We don't employ undercover cops in this shopping center." I have no idea what that woman had planned for me, but I thank God every day that we ran in to my dad. I'm not sure if I'm in the right place, but I've held this story in for the last 6 years because it sounds crazy, and I got told not to talk about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite we picked was beautiful. We were able to drive in through some of the rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely no one was around. We set up camp next to the car, went hiking, soaked in the hot springs, came back and had dinner. It was all very normal, until we woke up the next day. I need to give some context as to how we slept that night, so you can understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food cooler in a stereo that we brought in the car and locked it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack, and put the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent, away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest to the door, with a gun next to him. We woke up the next morning and I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from inside the tent everything seemed normal. When we got out, our campsite was absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was ruined. The cooler had been thrown and food was scattered all over the place. The stereo was smashed to pieces laying next to a tree. All of the car's doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt off now. It was quiet, and not the beautiful campsite that I saw yesterday. Everything about those woods felt wrong now. My ex accused me of not locking the car the night before, and that an animal got into our stuff. I promised that I had locked it and went into the tent to grab the keys from my backpack, but they weren't there. I found them later, on the ground, right next to the car. We quickly threw everything in the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had just happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home and told me that he had a dream the night before about someone kneeling over him in the tent holding his gun and just staring at him. When I tried to ask him more questions, he got quiet again and said he didn't want to talk about it, and that I shouldn't talk about it anymore either. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something really wrong happened to us in the woods that night. I am a 24-year-old male. I've lived on my own for about 2 years now. I have a very small bungalow I'm able to pretty comfortably afford. In this bungalow, I have an attic area. At a guess, I'd say it's about 5 by 5 meters in size, and you can only really stand in there in the very center. Anyway, I work the night shift at a factory. I basically just sit on my phone all night, so I usually get in at around 8 a.m. I was coming home last Thursday during a heavy storm, and I got into the house and just went to sleep. When I woke up, I went on my phone and saw that I was so tired that I didn't check my notifications. I have a Ring camera outside my door which shows me anyone who would have come to my room. I saw that it had been tripped at 7:42 a.m. I got into the house at around 8:10 to 8:15 a.m. I checked the video and saw that it was a man. He was pressed right up to the door and was fumbling around with the handle. He did this for about 10 seconds until he spotted the camera. Once he did, he very quickly scuttled away. This unsettled me, but didn't entirely creep me out. I got up to make some food and discovered something in my kitchen. My back window was open. I, of course, instantly began having the thoughts of a home intruder, but slowly chilled out as I convinced myself I had left it open. The rest of the day consisted of this, just noticing small things that didn't seem right and scaring myself. All up until a point. I leave for the shift at 10 p.m. and I was watching some TV at 9 o'clock-ish. I spotted something that made my heart leap into my throat. Out of the corner eye, I could see it. My attic entrance was slowly being slid open. I can so vividly remember that I began questioning my sanity. Surely I was just hallucinating or something. I looked over at it and absolutely saw something that made me so much more scared. I saw fingers wrap around the hatch and began moving it more. I didn't know what to do. I could feel the panic beginning to really get to me, and I wasn't sure if I should leave the house and call the police, or if I should try and yell at whoever was up there. I chose a mixture of both. I began dialing 999 and ran to my bedroom where I could lock the door. As soon as I began running, I heard the hatch get almost teared off with the speed they moved it, and I arrived at my bedroom door. I looked down the corridor and watched for a second, seeing only a little slice of the blackness up in my attic, and I saw the human hands still holding onto the sides of my ceiling. I yelled, "Whoever's there, I'm calling the police and I have a gun." I don't own a gun. The adrenaline was already making my hands and voice shake, but I tried sounding as tough as I could. Then, I saw something that I truly do not think I will ever forget. The hands slipped back into the dark, and then he dropped down. I slammed my door shut and locked it as quickly as I could. The call went through and I was able to get on the line with the police, and they dispatched officers to my house. I told him I didn't know if the man was armed or not, and the dispatcher told me to stay on the line. I heard the man walking up to my door and rattling the door handle. He also seemingly went through my cupboards in the kitchen, as I heard a lot of commotion there. Truth be told, I don't know why he stayed. I would have just left the house, but he stayed right up until the police came in and arrested him. Apparently, he was a homeless man and was armed with a knife from my kitchen and had recently been seen in the area trying to get into other houses. Truth be told, I'm very frightened to sleep still. I now sleep with my bedroom door locked and all my windows closed. I also sleep with a knife under my pillow. I know that this is unlikely to ever happen again, but I just cannot forget the way he dropped down from my attic. So, that's the story of the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I made this account to tell it, because I feel like if I write it down, it'll feel less like a real thing, and more like just a story. This happened when my sister and I were around 6 and 8 years old. We are now 43, her, and 45, me. And it's something that still haunts us occasionally. We had an amazing municipal swimming pool in our neighborhood. South African summers in Johannesburg are hot and long. The swimming pool was the ultimate destination. Joe was that adult that was always at the pool. He would swim lengths, practice diving, and tickle our feet under the water. Just typing this makes me feel nauseous. To this day, I still have issues with my feet being wet. Specifically, I'm unable to leave cream on my feet. The sliminess makes me claustrophobic. I only realized the connection last year. Whenever we would sit on the edge of the pool with our feet hanging in, he would swim past all of us and tickle all our feet in a row. I can't remember all the details 100%, but someone playfully screamed, "Oh no, Joe." And Joe did it again and sang, "Oh no, Joe, not again, Joe." We all laughed as kids do. Then he tickled our feet again and made us sing his new song. "Oh no, Joe, not again, Joe." It became a game. He would grab us under the water and we would sing. It went from tickling feet to chasing us and grabbing our waists in the water. Oh no, Joe. Not again, Joe. That song never goes away. One day at the pool, Joe tells us that he has this amazing farm just out of town he would like to take us to see his animals, his corn, and his own swimming pool. It sounded like heaven to all of us. He was talking to several children, boys and girls. He told us to be at the swimming pool on Saturday, but not to tell our parents, because we was going to go in his car. As soon as we get home, we tell our dad everything. We are so excited. This farm sounds amazing. Our dad says absolutely not. Who is Joe anyway? We tell him that Joe is our friend at the pool and plays with our feet and chases us all around the pool. My dad says that actually, maybe we can go, but he wants to meet Joe first. Yay. The next day we go to the pool and we tell Joe we can go with him, but our dad wants to meet him first. Joe was upset that we told our dad, but we tell him not to worry, our dad's cool. So Joe walks home with us. We only lived about 5 blocks from the pool and comes to meet our dad. Joe is about 5'6". My dad is 6'7". The personification of a gentle giant. My dad is super polite to Joe. He asks him loads of questions about the farm, where it is exactly, how many kids are going, has he spoken to other parents. Joe was as cool as a cucumber. He answered the questions smoothly and confidently. My dad ended by saying, "Joe, I look forward to seeing you on Saturday at your farm. I think we will all have a great time. I'll bring my girls though, and we can see you there." The next part is a bit of a blur to me. I'm not sure how we ended up driving in convoy with about 3 other dads and their kids from the pool. It was so exciting. My dad had the map book, leading the convoy to the best farm in the world. We drove about an hour out of town, and we arrived at the derelict farmhouse. No animals, no corn, no swimming pool. Just this run-down, isolated, scary-looking farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. I remember being really confused. My dad must have read the map wrong. All the dads huddle together. We have no idea what they're saying, but they're really angry. We are also angry. We're obviously lost, and it's the dad's fault. Everyone gets in their cars, and I start screaming at my dad about how he deliberately got us lost because he doesn't like Joe, and he didn't want us to have fun. My dad is silent and pensive. After my tantrum, he says to my sister and I in a very calm, deep voice, "Joe is a bad man. He was gonna hurt all of you. Joe is the bad man that your mom is always warning you about. My mother is obsessed with true crime. There is no farm. I'm so happy you girls told me what was going on, because something really bad could have happened to you." His strong voice broke in those last words. The gravity of his tone and the break in his voice made my sister and I realize immediately that he was right and we were in danger. We cried and apologized. He made us promise to tell him if we ever saw Joe again. Joe stayed away from the pool for about a month. As soon as we saw him come through the gate, we quickly got dressed and ran home. When my dad came home from golf, we told him Joe was at the pool again. The next day, we went to the pool with our dad. We were swimming and my dad was sitting on one of the benches to the side. In walks Joe. He comes to the edge of the pool and is calling us. We refuse to go to the edge. He's getting frustrated. My dad gets up and comes to Joe. "Hey buddy, can I chat with you? Right outside, it'll take a moment." Joe physically shrunk. My dad had his hand on Joe's shoulder and was guiding him out of the pool. I can only imagine what my dad did and said to Joe. My dad is a gentleman, but don't mess with his girls. One thing I do know is that Joe was never seen again at our swimming pool. For context, I am a 22-year-old female. While I was living at university by myself, I messaged a man who had a PS2 for sale on Facebook. It was a really good price and looked to be in really good condition. I really should have known that it was too good to be true. Anyway, I messaged him about it and he says he'll drop it off straight after work. and that he's working on a building site near where I live. All good, right? Except he kept saying he will do me a solid and drop it off right to my door, even though I repeatedly said that I would meet him at a nearby car park. He said, okay, fine. He wasn't happy about it, but whatever. I was getting my PS2 and I was buzzing about it. So a few hours go by and I walk up the hill to chill with my friend Adam, who's a bloke and the same age as me. I flippantly message that I'm meeting this man for the PS2, and Adam is all like, you can't just meet a random guy in the car park. I'm also very petite, so I guess if someone wanted to grab me, they could, which was Adam's thinking. I agree to let Adam come with me, and actually it was a good idea. The man texts me again asking if we're still going to meet and what I'll be wearing. I thought to recognize me, so I tell him what I'll be wearing and what I look like, and then I mention I'll be with a stocky, dark-haired man with a beard. He stops replying and deletes his Facebook account. I never hear from him again. I can't help but think that something dodgy was going to happen, and my friend making me tell the guy I wouldn't be alone prevented it from happening. I live in a small town in Denmark with a population of roughly 3,000 people, where nothing ever really happens, and the following scared the entire town to death. Back in 2005 or so, when I was still in kindergarten, a strange and agitated man who was a father to one of the children came and demanded my teacher that he wanted to see his daughter and take her out of school. My teacher could see in his eyes that something was not right and that he was extremely upset. My teacher therefore denied him to see his daughter, and after a very uncomfortable discussion, the father eventually gave up, walking to his car without looking back, and drove home. My teacher grew very worried and decided to call the local police to go check the family's house. Later that day, it came on the news that the father had murdered his own wife with a gun, and afterwards shot himself in the head. At the time, my best friend lived next door to the family, and he has since told me that he could hear his mother screaming in a very horrifying way, followed by 3 gunshots. A grown man crying his heart out. 10 seconds of silence. And then finally, 1 more gunshot. It creeps me out just to think about this, and I feel so sorry for the daughter who is left an orphan at such an early age in life. I really do not know what would have happened to the daughter if my teacher had not stopped the man from taking her home with him. I hope you're having a decent life, wherever you are, little girl. I am a female. And when I was 19 years old, I was looking for a room to rent in the city I was moving to for college. It was about an hour away from my family. I wasn't having much luck, and my mom started helping me look for a place. She found an ad on Craigslist for a room for $300 in a house, everything included. The homeowner was a man, and he rented the additional rooms upstairs to other women while he lived in the finished basement. The ad stated he rarely ever saw the other roommates because he had a kitchen and his own entrance downstairs, and that he preferred women because he had issues with male roommates in the past partying and causing damage. We decided to take a look since it was the cheapest that we could find in the area. My mom and I went to the house to view it. Decent house, decent neighborhood. We opened the door and it was very welcoming. He was middle-aged and the kitchen and living room were furnished nicely and clean. My mom loves to talk and get to know people, so they were engaged in conversation while I stood there quietly and observed the place. He then said he would show me my room. We head towards the staircase to go up, as I thought, since he said on the phone my room was upstairs with the other roommates. But he opens another door and we follow. He takes us down to the basement and opens a door to a very small room. No closet and no windows. He proceeds to say this is my room, and I'll be sharing the bathroom in the hallway with him, and his bedroom did not have a door on it. I was definitely thinking absolutely not. This is weird. but they were so deep in conversation that I couldn't interject. He then leads us to the upstairs and shows us the other rooms, which the doors were open, and says that they are currently rented. He then starts telling us elaborate stories about the other women. Not very nice stories, describing drinking problems. My mom was listening intently, but I took the time to investigate further. I looked in all 3 rooms and the bathrooms. There was furniture, but not a single item in there that looked like it belonged to a woman. No clothes or anything. Only men's clothes in one of the closets. He had no problem with me creeping around in his tenants' rooms without their permission. I then heard him tell my mom that he has some of his stuff in their closets, but they don't mind. I was feeling really uncomfortable and started moving them back downstairs as they talked. My mom had mentioned when we arrived that her and my dad were going on vacation the next week, but I couldn't go because I had to work. He brought it up again and that I should come by next week and have dinner with him and the roomies to see if we would all get along. I said sure, and we left. As soon as we got in the car, I told my mom I would definitely not be living there. She was dumbfounded. I had to explain to her not only did he lie about the room I would be in, that I was not supposed to be in the basement with him, as well as share a bathroom with him, but also, did she not notice how no one else even lived there? She still didn't get it, and thought I was just being paranoid, and thought he was nice and it was a cheap deal. I had to explain it to my stepdad and get him to tell her. By no means would I be living there. I tried to report the post, but by the time we got home that day, he had removed it. I think he planned on murdering me at dinner, or abducting me and holding me hostage in that basement room that had no way to escape. When I was a child, around 10 years old, my parents ran a construction business. They had several employees on the payroll at any given time, mostly to drive gravel and cement trucks for them. My dad is a kind but naive man who'd often hire friends of friends who were down on their luck, to give them a chance to get back on their feet. It never worked out well, because my dad somehow always got linked up with the scroungiest people. They had a lot of creeps over the years, but I think the worst one might have been Ben. Ben was a friend of my dad's dad, who also worked for us. Ben supposedly had an old work injury that made it difficult for him to work any job where he had to be on his feet all day. My dad's dad begged my dad to give him a job as a driver, and my dad finally agreed. From the day she met him, Ben made my mom extremely uncomfortable. He just had one of those weird vibes that you can't explain, and everyone but my dad picked up on it. Like I said, my dad is extremely naive. My mom wouldn't let me and my younger sister around him for any length of time. We were homeschooled at the time, and my mom worked in the office, so we were around quite a bit. She kept telling my dad that we should let him go, but my dad wouldn't, because he said that he didn't have any legitimate reason to fire him. This is the weird part. Whenever my sister and I were at the office on a slow day, my dad's dad would always try to get us to come over and sit with him and Ben. He would ask, "Don't you want to go for a ride with us in the big truck?" Ben himself wouldn't talk to us, but let my dad's dad handle that. We were shy kids, so we never agreed to it. It reached a point where it was literally every single time he saw us there. My sister and I would take turns hiding in the bathroom so that we didn't have to be around them. They'd always do it when my mom was out of the room, and they'd back off whenever she was around. My dad was never around when it happened, and I don't think he believed it. I mean, who wants to believe that? My mom eventually had enough, and told my dad that Ben had to go. A few years later, we found out that Ben had taken a young girl. My dad's dad had another friend who had a daughter about my age, out for a ride in the truck, and molested her. My dad's dad was enabling him the whole time. I shudder to think what would have happened if my mom hadn't watched out for us.
My friend and I had decided to drive from Philadelphia to Miami Beach. The car's block cracked in North Carolina. This was around 1975, although I could be off by about 14 months or so. I thought it would be an adventure to hitchhike the rest of the way. I remember waiting all night on a godforsaken stretch of highway in Fayetteville, North Carolina. We got a 10-mile ride from some guy with a Prince Valiant haircut, who upon dropping us off said, "I'll probably see you guys in the morning on my way to work." 9 hours later, sure enough, he picked us up in a station wagon filled with vending machine sandwiches. We finally got to the border with South Carolina. That's when a guy, the spitting image of Bundy in retrospect, stopped and asked us where we were going. When I said Miami, he said, "What street?" We were overjoyed that this young guy was going to take us straight to my mother's house in Bay Harbor. Now, I can't prove that this person was Ted Bundy, but what happened was creepy, and I have researched a little and found this happened at the time after Bundy's prison break in Colorado, and at the same time he was supposed to leave to have moved to Florida. Anyway, after we got in the car, he offered us a joint. He didn't want to have any, but told us to toke up. Well, whatever was in the joint was powerful enough to almost paralyze both of us. He then began to start playing with the buttons on the radio, switching stations compulsively almost every few seconds. I began to feel paranoid because I could sense some weirdness exuding from the guy. I was in the front seat and my friend was in the back. We went to a rest stop and he disappeared into the bathroom for about an hour. When we finally got back to the car, he said he had to detour to his bank, and he started to take us through miles of small roads in Georgia. I remember seeing houses on stilts in marshland. He finally stopped in the most remote location, where there was a single building that looked like an abandoned tavern. We were still stoned. He got out of the car and went behind this building. I remember seeing palm trees, and was shocked that palm trees were so far north in Georgia. He got back in the car and had these sunglasses on, and I noticed that he seemed short as he walked back to the car. He said he had to now speak with his lawyer and began to talk about real estate law and the changes in the law that would allow development in this area. And so, we drove for hours and hours until we got to Jacksonville. He pulled the car over on a strip mall-like area and told us there was change in plans. We had to get out here. We were exhausted and hungover from the angel dust or whatever was in that joint. We got a bus station and took a bus the rest of the way to Miami. As I think back, I am almost certain that this man was Ted Bundy. I still see his face, and the time frame and location were exactly right. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, my brother had a friend from school come over for dinner, along with his mother and her boyfriend. I don't remember much about the boyfriend, except that I didn't like him. He wanted to play airplane with me. You know, where the adult lays on their back with their feet in the air, and the kid lays on their feet and acts like they're flying. He did it in front of everyone. He never tried to get me alone. But still, I didn't like it. I told my parents I didn't like him. And if I recall correctly, I believe they didn't really care for him either. Needless to say, he never came to our house again. Not long after that, my brother's friend's mom went missing and was later found dead. Turns out, he killed her. I have never gotten over it, and the fact that even as a young child, something about this man rubbed me wrong. It still freaks me out to this day. Listen to your gut. There's a reason you get that feeling about a person or a place. In September of 2022, my wife was in her 7th month of pregnancy with our first child. We lived in Ohio at the time, and she wanted a baby shower. Since most of her family and close friends lived in Baltimore, Maryland, we planned that we would travel to Baltimore and have the baby shower there on Saturday, October 19th, 2002. But October 3rd and 4th brought the horrifying realization
that a serial killer was on the loose in Baltimore, D.C. area. We naturally re-examined our plans, but decided to go through with them all the same. After all, the likelihood of being this sniper's victim was practically zero from a statistical point of view. My wife and I listened to the news of the Beltway sniper in the days leading up to our trip. It was getting a bit more scary as the death count rose to 9, and there were 2 additional people who had been wounded. In the 11th hour, we decided we would still go, but we would take the Pennsylvania Turnpike over to I-70, and then I-70 through Hagerstown, Maryland, then Frederick, Maryland into Baltimore. Around 5 p.m. on Friday, October 18th, 2002, my wife and I picked up my mom and my stepsister, and we set out for Baltimore. The trip was going slowly, but was otherwise uneventful. We had used the time to review the plans of what to do when we needed to stop during our trip out. The plan was that we all go together. We don't dilly-dally. We get out of the car and into a building quickly and vice versa, and no one stays in the car alone. Well, as happens eventually, around 12:45 a.m. on Saturday morning, we all needed a restroom break. We pushed off into our rest stop near Frederick and parked right in front of the door to the bathroom facility. The rest area was largely empty, but there was a dark blue late model 4-door sedan parked head-in facing the door to the restroom. I parked next to it and we all quickly reviewed the rules. If I finished first, I would wait for them, and we would all return to the car together. We then got out and raced to the restrooms. As I ran into the restroom area, I didn't pay too much attention to the car we parked next to, other than to make sure they didn't open their doors. The night was crisp and full of moisture. I finished first, so I stood out by the exit but stayed inside the building. The doors and the walls were all glass, so I nervously scanned the parking lot for anything off-looking. Satisfied that there was nothing ominous in the parking lot, I turned my attention to the blue sedan. I travel a lot, so I naturally took note that their license plates were from New Jersey. In the front seat were 2 African-American males. The one behind the steering wheel was middle-aged. He was awake and staring back at me. Next to him was a sleeping teenager. I remember feeling a chill go down my spine as I watched him watching me. At this time, the authorities hadn't released any info on the snipers, and they don't know of the ominous role the car played in their killing spree. So I was ignorant to the danger these 2 really presented. A few minutes passed before my family returned, and we all ran back into the car. In a flash, we sped away and continued on to our destination. I remember noticing something weird about their trunk. My family was poor growing up, so we sometimes had to pop out a broken lock and couldn't afford to fix it right away, so we would rig the trunk to open using a screwdriver. I remember thinking that that's what they must have done with their trunk. It turns out that was the hole that they shot out through while staying concealed. The baby shower went well, and my wife had fun. We did not go out for meals, but slept and ate at her mom's house in Baltimore. On Sunday morning, it was time to go. We took a much more northern route going home, just to be safe. About a week or so later, once they captured the Beltway snipers, you can imagine the renewed chills running down my spine when in the newspaper, the face of the man that had been staring at me when we stopped to pee at the rest stop, John Allen Muhammad, was staring back at me again. There was also a photo of the car we had parked next to, and scarier still, the reports that they had been captured in the exact same rest stop where we had parked next to them about a week earlier. I can only assume that the teenage boy had been asleep next to him was Lee Boyd Malvo. Fortunately, they were both in the front seat, and this was where they planned to hide out and sleep, and so wouldn't likely have killed at this rest stop. Therefore, I feel we weren't in any danger during this encounter. But, had it been elsewhere though, we may well very much have been. This happened in 1992. My mother was going through a bad patch in her marriage and chemotherapy for breast cancer.
We lived in a very quiet town where residential areas only had small markets. For everything else, including pharmacy and public calls, we had to go to the main market, which was almost 3.5 miles from our house. My mother, who was going through some tough times given my father's complete disconnection with us, she used to call her brother for advice and catharsis, who lived in another city. For those calls, she would go to the public call office, which was run by two weird men. The same market had the pharmacy where my mother would buy all of her medicines. I was 11, and my older sister was 17. One evening, my mother, along with my sister, went to the PCO to talk to my uncle. I don't remember why, but I think my father asked her to leave the house, and she wanted to discuss her options. She was in distress and didn't realize it was already late when she finished the call. The market was closed, so was the public transport. My mom and sis paid the bill and started their walk home on the path next to the main road. The two PCO owners closed the PCO and started following them, one on foot right behind them trying to offer a ride, and the other on a bicycle next to them on the deserted main road. My mother strictly refused, held my sister's hand tightly, and started walking as fast as she could when a white van appeared on the service road and started slowly driving next to them. The PCO guys had already arranged a ride with some really bad intentions and didn't seem to go away. They were probably waiting for them to get off the main road to strike. On the next turn, two men came from the opposite side on the footpath, and to my mother's relief, it was the pharmacist and his friend, who were returning to pick his car up from the shop's parking lot after a walk. They saw the men and the van and immediately realized what was going on. They stopped, said hello, and asked if she needed help. They agreed to walk them home. The PCO men fled upon seeing the guys. The kind pharmacist saw my mother and sister to the safety of our house, and my mother never went to that PCO ever again. This happened to me 8 years ago in my local supermarket. I, 36-year-old female, am in the queue to pay. It's a Saturday morning, super busy, and I'm on the second line. In front of me, at the till, is a family of 3, a mom, dad, and daughter. Mom and dad are unpacking the trolley, and the daughter is sitting in the trolley seat facing me. Behind me are 2 men, and they're making me super uncomfortable, standing way too close to me. You know when you feel someone before you see them? It was kind of like that. I was facing the daughter, and she looked super uncomfortable, making herself smaller, and kept looking over her shoulder at her dad. I turn around, and these men are waving and smiling, trying to get her attention. Then, the one guy reaches around me and touches her foot. He did it in such a familiar way that I thought he must know the family. She flinched away. He does it again. She quietly says, "Daddy." Dad swings around and says in a booming voice something along the lines of, "Don't touch my daughter." This weirdo is like, "But we want to be friends." Dad is like, "I don't know you. Back off." At that point, I realize that they don't know each other and instantly go into mommy mode. Dad goes back to unpacking the trolley, and I position myself between the 2 guys and the daughter, completely blocking access. Believe it or not, he tries to get her attention again. So I say really loudly, "You are so lucky that you have such a brave and strong daddy. Look how he is protecting you from these bad men." The dad looks at me, and we have a silent conversation with our eyes. They pack up and leave quickly. I thought it was over. The girl is safe. As I'm unpacking my trolley, I suddenly notice that one of the men has moved around and is standing at the end of the till. You know, where you pack your groceries into bags. Staring at me with pure malice. The other guy was still standing behind me in the queue, my trolley between us. I won't lie, in that moment, I felt intimidated and terrified. I'm not a small woman. I'm tallish, with very broad shoulders and quite strong. Side note, someone told me the other day that I'm definitely not fart dust. Translated from Afrikaans, but super funny. What it means is I'm not small. Anyway, in my trolley is 15 kilograms of dog food,
My adrenaline is pumping. I need to show these guys that I'm not an easy target. I make eye contact with the aggressor at the end of the till, and I lift this bag of dog food up like it's a roll of toilet paper. My facial expression doesn't change. No strain, no tension, just deep and dark. He keeps eye contact with me. Now, I'm angry. The fear is gone. I pay and he blocks my exit from the till. I bump him lightly with my trolley. He laughs menacingly and moves out of the way. I decide not to go straight to my car. I walk around the mall a bit, and every time I turn around, they're right there, now with a third guy. They're not even hiding the fact that they're following me. The one guy makes a motion of cutting my neck. I start making my way to the security desk. When I get there and turn around, they're gone. I tell security everything. They recommend that I let the supermarket know as well. Give them my till number so they can review the security tape, etc. A guard escorted me to my car. I drove home the long way, checking my rearview mirror constantly. I never saw them again, but to be honest, I stopped going to that supermarket. Partly because of that, but mainly because their prices are not competitive, and my dogs become fussy eaters. Let me preface this by saying I work in a well-populated town with a low crime rate, and no reason to outright assume any of these actions were what I later found out to be sex trafficking attempts. I work at a popular coffee chain, generally doing afternoon and closing shifts. This night in particular, we had a very young crew for closing, which happens at 10:30 p.m. For reference, we have our shift lead, who is a 19-year-old female who we will call Sarah, myself, a 17-year-old female, my co-worker, another 17-year-old female who we can call Mia, and another co-worker who is 18 years old and also a female, who we will call Dee. It had been a relatively slow night, with only a few loyal regulars dropping by. Both drive-through and the cafe were totally empty, as heavy rainfall had started and no one wanted to be out. I was in the front of the store cleaning, while the rest of my co-workers were in the back of the store, when an older man walks in. He wore odd clothing, a bit strange for the humid weather. Full black attire with combat boots, a heavy red jacket, and a beanie on his head obscuring his hair. I brushed it off as protection from the storm and figured he worked outside, and went to ask if he had placed an online order as he stood at the mobile counter. Putting on my customer service voice, I smiled and went through with my standard spiel, but was alarmed when instead of responding, he places a bag on the counter and starts pulling out DVDs. Once he finishes pulling out a stack of 10 or so, he stares past me into the back room where my coworkers were obviously chatting, and then makes a lap around the store, eyeing me the entire time and not speaking a word. He backs out of the front door and walks out to his truck, which I now see is a large black pickup. I stupidly grab the stack of DVDs and run back to my coworkers. They're immediately alarmed by my demeanor and ask me what's wrong. I hold out the DVDs and let them inspect them while I explained what happened. Much to my discomfort, Sarah points out that all the movies are about either murders or kidnappings. We make the decision to call my manager. He picks up and Sarah explains the situation, while I comfort Dee and Mia, who are freaked out, probably more so than I am at the time. He tells us that there's nothing we can do about it but to call back if anything else happens. So, we hang up and move back to the front of the store as a group. Things go on as usual, but with an air of fear about us. Mia sticks to my side, and Dee to Sarah's. The man's truck had pulled off at that point, but much to my dismay had only pulled into the now-closed grocery store next door that had a clear view into the drive-thru window. A few cars pulled through the drive-thru, and I even had a few customers ask if I was alright, due to what I assumed to be my terrified face. I've always had a pretty good intuition about things, and this felt more wrong than anything else I had ever felt. A bit more time passes by, and it's now time for Dee to leave. With the man still in the parking lot next door, we decided it would probably be best for her boyfriend, we'll call him Daniel, to pick her up. This wasn't an irregular occurrence, and we didn't want him following her home. Mia then points out that a van had been sitting in the back of the parking lot for almost an hour at that point, which we had not noticed previously. Another gut feeling hits, and I make the decision to lock the door. Daniel tells her he's on the way, and I inform my manager that we closed the cafe for peace of mind, which he's fine with as business was slow. Now Sarah and Dee are in the back, and Mia and I are up front. I go about cleaning the machines and trying to make idle chatter to keep her calm, which is no small feat as she jumps every time she hears someone steaming milk. As we're walking away, and I have my back turned to her, she screams mid-sentence, "Get out." Alarmed, I whip around to see where she is standing near the counter close to the drive-thru window, and saw her pointing to a shadowy figure climbing through the window. The next few moments were a blur of adrenaline rushed thinking, and what I can only explain as extreme divine intervention. It genuinely cannot be explained by anything other than some grand divine plan to keep myself and my coworkers alive. Grabbing her arm, I yank Mia behind me and grab the hot bucket of sanitizer I had been using to scrub the counters around the machine. I throw the liquid onto him, simultaneously pushing the man out of the window, which he had only had his shoulders through, with a big red bucket now on his head. At this time, Daniel pulls up outside. Mia is now yelling for someone to call the police, and I see Dee in my peripheral running outside to our new visitor. I slam the drive-thru windows, shut and lock them, with the man still laying on the ground struggling to get his bearings. I couldn't tell you how much time had passed, although it couldn't have been more than 15 to 30 seconds before I see Daniel rush the man, who is now on his knees, and pin him to the ground. Sarah and Mia were now pulling me to the back of the store, with both fighting back sobs and Sarah on the phone with the police. Thankfully, we have some awesome regulars who are also deputies that arrived within 5 minutes of our call and arrested the man. The aftermath was messy, but they eventually pinned him as a member of a local trafficking ring that had been caught years prior and let him out on bail. Oh yeah, and the van in the back that had kept Dee from leaving in the first place, it hightailed out of the parking lot in the middle of all the action, but was eventually traced back to the people who are also part of the ring. Even though I won't be releasing names or such, as legal proceedings are still happening, but I figured I would tell my story here. I still work here, and I'm very grateful for Daniel, who very well could have saved all our lives in that moment. He managed to keep the man pinned the entire time until the police arrived and disarmed him. The true hero of this story, although I do pride myself on my quick thinking for getting him out of the store. Moral of the story, trust your gut feelings, and always have a steaming hot bucket of sanitizer on hand. I still think about this encounter as an adult. When I was about 10 years old, I was downstairs watching TV late at night with my mom and sisters. Everyone decided to head off to bed, and I was left alone downstairs. I started drifting off, and all of a sudden, someone started banging on our door, hard. I was so scared, I just sat there, frozen, staring at the door like my life depended on it. My dog was lying right next to me, and also just stared. He never barked or moved an inch, which was odd because he always barked at the door. The banging never stopped for what seemed like a solid 5 minutes, but in reality, it was probably only a minute. I looked at my dog, and I think because I finally moved, my dog snapped out of his trance, looked at me for a split second, and jumped up and ran towards the door. He still didn't bark, but instead started turning his head like he was confused. I finally got enough courage to get up and open the blinds to see what was going on, and this young woman, maybe around 20 or 25 years old, was standing there holding her left breast in her hand. It was still attached to her, but she had pretty large breasts, and she was holding it, trying to keep them from sagging, I'm guessing. She had blonde hair, white skin, and was covered in blood. Her shirt was ripped, and her hair was a mess. I remember thinking she may have gotten beat up or was in a car crash. Either way, I immediately went to go open the door. As soon as I went to unlock it, my mom out of nowhere slammed her hand on the door and relocked it. I had no idea she had even come downstairs, let alone walked up behind me. I was so confused on the door and on this woman that she slammed her hand. It was almost as if it knocked me back into reality. Reality of not opening the door for strangers in the middle of the night. I looked up at her, and I could feel my eyes were wide, and I think I even started crying. She put her hand on my shoulder and moved me away from the door. She yelled, "Who is it?" through the door, and the girl yelled back that her boyfriend had beat her up, and they lived in the apartments across the street from us. Mind you, we lived in townhouses in a cul-de-sac. Our unit was all the way in the back where you would start the turn. We were the first unit in the row. But where she pointed out her and her boyfriend's place was at was quite a far ways away from us. My mom then asked for her name, and she said something like Bethany or Stephanie or something like that. I saw my mom hesitate to open the door, but after she yelled, "Please help me," my mom did open the door, stepped out, and pulled it close to shut, but not completely shut. I cracked the door behind her to make sure she was okay, and also see what was going on. The woman that we'll call Bethany kept thanking my mom and asking to come in because she was scared of her boyfriend was going to come after her. My mom refused and explained that she couldn't let her in because of the safety of her 4 kids, but said she would sit out there with her. My mom yelled at me to grab the phone and call the police, so I did. My mom started asking her what happened and what specific unit she lived in. She pointed towards her specific one and told my mom the building number and her unit. The silver SUV pulled up a little later, and she ran towards it yelling, "That's my sister," and then just jumped in. The car sped off without another word from her, or a single word from the sister. My mom looked back at me confused, and came back inside and shut and locked the door. We just stood there and looked at each other. I asked my mom what about the police, and she said she would wait for them downstairs if I wanted to go to bed. I was too scared to leave her, so I waited with her. Once they arrived, my mom explained what happened, and the officer said she did the right thing by not letting her inside. Weird thing is, my dog never barked once until the cops came and knocked on the door. They also explained that they've been receiving similar calls like that in our area recently. Even worse, the next morning, we all packed up to go to the grocery store, and as we passed that building, you could tell that the apartment was empty, like no one had been living in it. Maybe they just didn't have any furniture or anything, but still I was terrified. He never came after her that night, and we never saw her or the SUV again. Bethany, or Stephanie, whatever your name was, I hope you're okay, if this was real. But also, if it's not, don't ever knock on my door again. When I was in 6th grade, I was in band. I played clarinet, but I wanted to play the saxophone. But my grandpa had a clarinet, so that's what it ended up being. The band instructor was a middle-aged woman, who I'm going to refer to as Mrs. Frond, so as to protect her identity. Anyways, I didn't have a lot of friends, so I had a lot of extra lessons after school. After a while, she started offering me extra lessons at her house. Even then, that made me uncomfortable, and I just refused. She was pretty persistent though, and would offer at least once a week. Eventually, I just stopped going back for extra lessons. Anyway, one day Miss Frond announced that we had been invited to be in the Christmas parade downtown. Awesome, that's great. The school is literally a year old. It's great for exposure and, best of all, fun for the kids. We're so excited. We all had extra rehearsals, and the school made sure we had whatever we needed. Permission slips were signed. Everything went perfectly. The day of the parade, we all meet at our designated area. As we get dropped off, Miss Frond tells the parents where to pick us up at the end, and her and some parade officials were the ones watching over us as they left. The parade started, and everything goes smoothly, at least from my perspective. I was so nervous there could have been a 5-float pile up and I wouldn't have noticed. At the end, everyone gets picked up and I'm the last, left alone with Miss Frond. She immediately grabs my hand after the last kid is out of sight and tells me I can call my mom from her house, and she starts booking it, me in tow. I had very little experience being on my own and didn't know how to act in this kind of situation. So despite the fact that I had recently been uncomfortable around her, I went along. Looking back, it probably didn't look that unusual to anyone because she wasn't tall, and I really shot up in the 6th grade, so it's not like I was being dragged. I kept up pretty well. I couldn't tell you where in particular she took me, but it was definitely further out than where everyone else was parked. Her car is the only one in sight,
and she starts a beeline towards it. It was one of those dark blue-green SUVs that pretty much everyone had in the late 90s. Suddenly, I hear my name being yelled at me. I turn and see my mom, panting and sprinting towards us. Miss Fran's grip tightens and she speeds up. My mom yanked me from Miss Fran's grip and without a word took me to her car, and we went home where she proceeded to fawn over me, which was weird because I was pretty much ignored 99% of the time. I had no idea what just happened. I never saw Miss Frond in school or heard anything about her ever again. I don't even know her first name to look her up, and my family never spoke about it ever again.
Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Have a great night, everybody. I hope you get a wonderful sleep. I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye, everybody.